Hello, chat. Ooh. I'm digging this. My favorite Chrono Trigger song. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Welcome out to the stream, everybody.
Sweet.
Good boy Advance coming with that Twitch Prime. Starting up Hype Train. We also got some resubs from I Am the Twig, Furry Flames, Ubiquitous, Red Robot, and Lemongitis. Thank you guys. Metalvin's also subscribing. Nyans. Thank you guys.
Sweet.
Kazu Murano, also with Twitch Prime.
Sweet. Sweet.
Entering my early bonus code for Ace Attorney.
Sweet.
Dun 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 bum bum bum.
Sweet.
Bum bum. More Twitch Primes coming in. McB93, THI 98 or 48. Sorry. Thank you so much for being an all new sub. Singer Sim, Rick 25, the Monty Palm, all doing some Twitch Prime. Big Jono dropping bits. David the Tolerated dropping bits. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, Ventus. Glad you could make it. Farmcat gifting out 10 subs to the chat. Congrats to everyone caught in that blast. Galligan with 100 more bits. Hope everyone's doing okay. Yeah, what's up? What's going on? It's a dark day in Seattle, very cloudy. Play one of your favorite games? Oh, Talico. I love the entire Ace Attorney series. I have not played this one yet. I also just like, I don't know how I feel about it because, you know, it's not Phoenix. It's not Apollo. It's not anyone I know. But I do love this series. This used to be like my bedtime reading for the longest time. Quiet Ronan, thank you for the resub. Time to deduct some murder mysteries. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure it's this series alone is why I got so interested in murder. Is my camera dark to you guys? I feel like I'm a little on the dark side. I have not adjusted my camera back since I did some recording, so that could be it. Let's see here. Gotta go up a little bit. Farmcat gifting out 5 more subs. Thank you so much. Flaming Ninja Gamer also resubbing. This particular game got you hooked on Ace Attorney? Oh, interesting. Usually I feel like it's other ones that bring you into this one. Zero Bear also resubbing. The only Ace Attorney game that I wasn't super into, I actually didn't much care for the Phoenix Wright Professor Layton crossover. Didn't much care for that one. Get a new about 100 bits. Is this Mega Man Battle Network remix? It sure is. Love the gameplay videos with Wes. Glad you enjoyed it. I don't know if it was just the subject matter or maybe it was just YouTube not liking the fact that it had Playboy in the name, but nobody watched the Playboy the Mansion series. Which made me a little sad because I thought that was some of the funniest stuff Wes and I have ever done. No Final Fantasy 11 today? Yeah, I thought about it, but I kind of wanted to take a brief break. Because I know as soon as the Final Fantasy 10 video comes out, I'll be all up in Final Fantasy 11. And, guys, the Final Fantasy 10 video was supposed to be out this weekend. Like, the video is done. It's been done for weeks. But I'm just waiting on approval from the sponsor spot. That's all I'm waiting for. And the communication from there has been really, really slow. I can only assume, like, maybe they're overseas. I don't actually know. But I'm like, the video's just done, ready to go. Just waiting for it. Xernus! Thank you for getting 5 subs to the chat. By the way, y'all, in case you didn't see, I do have my merch store up and running. Which it should be set for international shipping now. I think I did it right. Pretty sure I did it right. It's a bummer how Playboy was losing my shit watching that series. Yeah, I thought it was funny. Long Duke? Come on, dude, that's funny. You like that's not specifically a pro Jared merch store, it's more its own thing? Yeah, that was... I appreciate that, Good Boy Advance, because that was one of my intents with it. Like, I didn't want to do just like a bunch of pro Jared in-jokes shirts or whatever, you know? I wanted to have something there that's more wide appeal and just interesting designs and not just like... Yeah, again, just not a bunch of in-jokes. So be sure to check out the merch store whenever you want. And let's set up to play some Ace Attorney here. I'm not sure where to put my camera yet, but I'll figure that out in a second. Alright, kill the music. Hopefully everything here is loud enough. Robert Confused, 3 years! Thank you so much! You wasn't sure if you wanted to watch the Playboy series? It's very, very funny. It's really not explicit. Oh, I like that they kept the old sound effects. That makes me happy. That was an expensive shrubbery. The worst part about the Playboy series is that Wes and I were talking, like, after we were both done playing it, it would be like days later. Both of us were just like, I think I thought of a way how to make more money or do better shoots. Like, it kept in our heads, so that was like the worst part. Alright, so I had like a special download code. And I wanted to see what that was about. What's my, There's story spoilers in the downloadable content? Alright, I'm out. Never mind. Never mind, I was gonna look at it. But let's just get out here. Oh, what? I didn't realize this had 1 and 2. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. God damn, I love these games. Alright, please be good. Let me know if I need to turn up the volume, chat.
The Empire of Japan, after opening its doors,
I'm ready to
a
volume
push
up.
for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far
Sweet.
eastern island nation.
Weston B, thank you.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some were swept away by the tide.
By the way, chat, shout out to Tailico. Go follow her streams if you haven't already. Dead. Margu, also the resub.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Are they gonna do that thing where the first case they make it painfully obvious of who the murderer is? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Fuck yeah, dude. Actually, no? Good. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Myself representing myself? This is just the same. This is just like the outside the courtroom. Just feudal. Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Ah. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Hello. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Oh. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. I want to wear a headband unironically and look that cool. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right. Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Are they boyfriends? Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazumi Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year of Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. What, did you hear my brain? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud of a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Wilder Rocks and Garlics, the resubs. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get studied abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. They're on a date. Like, these two are like super into each other, right? There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. And I want to bring change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. please. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Mr. Roadburn, thanks for the resub. See you in English class tomorrow, then partner, friend, buddy. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh, hello. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I don't know anything about this game or this characters, by the way, so please, no spoilers. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. All right then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted again. What? Lowboy, the 10-month resub. As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have not chosen to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. He must really care about me. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration is to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? The judge's like, do you lawfully take this man to be your husband? I do! Wait. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. But he agreed to it. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! I don't trust this guy. My brain's always going, he did it. But I'm gonna assume it's not that simple. I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on an unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. I love the Ace Attorney games, you guys. So this is a courtroom. Look at his eyes. He's so nervous. Is the judge gonna be the exact same judge? The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't like much the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have been demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. It's fucking pain. No, this is a different judge. Kinda younger, alright. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defense's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for your final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question! Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his... He's just shitting himself right now. What is it meaning of this true unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. DB with a resub up to 5 months. Glad your diagnosis went well. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you... They're friends. They are colleagues. Just some bros hanging out in the courtroom, you know? They chill, we bros, partners, colleagues, fellow students. Taylor got the 100 bits. Did you know that Naruhodo is actually Phoenix Wright's last name in Japanese? I don't know if I remember that. No, it's not that, really. I know you can always get me off. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he has confidence he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yes, exactly! Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. There's the Phoenix face. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Should I be looking at this pose as suggestive as it actually is?
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
Stupid sexy Kazuma. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in the case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard this name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Check the court record. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of R. I just have to press R for the court record? All right, here we go. Bam! My university collar pin. Not exactly the defendant badge, but that's okay. You find details with the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So we got Kazuma, Yujin, Auchi, John H. Wilson, 47, the victim of the case. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Yep. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Ah, that damned smile. Boop, 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 boop.
Yes! Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you are well aware, we have been signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting English policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Say, like, in a day? No, because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, fuck the white man, am I right? Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties don't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime, also holding the gun? Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Oh? I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, bullet to the heart, probably. Look at that. Time of death, shortly after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma? Okay. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Got it. Crime Cat, gifting a sub to Tiger Nightmare. Yep. Got it. Yep. Find the piece of evidence that shows professors. Yep, I got it. He was shot in the titty.
Yes!
Bombcat also gifting sub to Azure Helix. Well, it's somewhere in here. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects a corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. He got shot in the booba. True. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start with the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to apprise the court of the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Mr. Rodburn, gifting a sub to Mr. Skyfish. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well,
I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Soki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Ray Ray with the resub. Morning, Ray Ray. By the way, Ray Ray, you should know, I hit 70 and just finished Stormblood 4.0. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a western side of the restaurant called La Carnival. And I have tuberculosis. What? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. DB gifting a sub to Joy Charged Gamers. Yes, sir, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Blood. It was then in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. Why did you pick up the gun, dude? That's like crime scene 101. You're gonna get your fingerprints all over it? Chloe with a resub. 2 years!
Attention!
Speaking of anniversaries, chat, it's my frickin' birthday this week. And that's upsetting.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur!
But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Your boy Guzma, 1 year. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. Chloe! Dropping 5 subs to the chat as well. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today?
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did you just say? There was no one else around that table. Oddly specific. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at this table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Just get the fuck in there, my dude.
Yes!
Just a moment, please! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Epidemic bubble with the resub.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? Like your glasses? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Surprised he didn't do the anime thing where he pushes up his glasses with just the two middle fingers. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, what, you don't like that? Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. On the other side of the business card just says professional murderer. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered. Yeah. Why don't we take a look at that?
So, the court has now heard a precus of the case.
Yeah, 1 second. Take a look at this bad boy here. Magnifying glass! Mm-hmm. Kitchen, yeah. Entrance, got it. And if I wanted to maybe flip it around, can I, don't seem to be able to do that yet. Okay. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
in other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court.
The gem searcher with the $5. That's right, Your Majesty. I have drawn a painting that will objectively show how everything looks like. Also, if you look at the card, what does the drawing even tell? Exactly. I drew on a card. I must be telling the truth.
But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? I mean, yeah. You have enough people screaming at you that you did something, sometimes it's easier to scream out, yeah, I did it, just to get people to leave you alone. Hey, Demon Slayer, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Long-time lurker, thank you. Everyone keeps telling me this trial's unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge, the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you just going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Oh, chop! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Yeah! Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Oji, please continue with your proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young could be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be, especially with the ladies. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. That can be your angel or your devil. What in the fuck?
Witnesses, kindly state your name and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayisa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises on the 2nd District, Kiryo Kurikuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier? What an unusual pairing.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
They must be at the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Dude, get a vocabulary. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Hey, Takarashi. Casually updates the autopsy report. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, well, was that like a quack? What was that? So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes! Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your final formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir. That's a baby. Jonah, you look like Jonah J. Jameson. That's his new name, J. Jonah. Give me pictures of Spider-Man! Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. Dual testimony is interesting. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's... Why is there a baby noise? Oh, I get it. The guy who sells old thing, his name is Curio Correcta. And this guy's name is Ayesa Nosa. More like Ayesa Nosa! Jesus Christ, alright. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Dude, objection, come on. Make this shit easy. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precarious curio. They always do these pun names. It happens all the time. Well, do you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment? You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir. Now make it... Come on, man. All right. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Oh. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, I couldn't help myself. Guns are fucking cool. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now!
As we've heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring these despicable students to justice!
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. That's not objection. Or hold it. You know what? I do think like the raising your hand to be called upon in any situation as an adult is funny. The defense demands its right to cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess, the Hachimaki headman boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but...
It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing it is evidence.
Right, evidence. Mistleton, thanks for the tier 2 resub.
Now let's go, Ryanosuke. Don't let them beat you.
Just that wet slap of him like, oh,
Love it. That was interesting and blah 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 blah. Nope. 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 Hit with the old.
Yes!
What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. What's nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, it...
I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. How do I do that?
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Oh. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Kazuma, what?
I love how much they love each other.
What are you talking about?
That's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Ayusa no, sir. Yes, sir. What, sir? That statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that can't just be.
Why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Oh. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? So...
Sweet.
You don't bring a baby to the courtroom, dude. He's wearing like a baby satchel on his back. And the baby's gonna call out every single time his dad's a liar. You're English and a military man. How it could very well possibly this is your gun. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're the one who fired it, but it's your gun. Ace Cutter, thanks for the resub. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Childcare is expensive. Yeah, I mean, he is white. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Fucking got him, dude. Ayasa's Japanese? Army Sergeant Empire Japan. Oh, okay. You guys are right. I thought Curio was saying he was speaking to an Englishman. Never mind.
I got a fat achievement? There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. God, I'm glad this table's here, otherwise everyone would see my throbbing erection.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
Yes, but I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor.
And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Oh, hydrate. It's a good idea. All these voices are going to destroy my throat.
Treasure?
Indeed! The Hodi Kaban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rodasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. I believed that they would purchase the rare find. I did not, but I was presented with an alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
The Coben vanished.
Hunting around under the table, I was, in case it mayhap had fallen there. And then it happened.
You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end?
No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Kaban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin from himself.
Did the baby take it? Mighty Paul, thanks for getting 4 subs in the chat.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
What is your position, Prosecutor Aoji?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryanosuke Naruhodo. What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witness to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as cuticle glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. I'm waiting to signal to testify, sir. Southpaw. That's what we said. Your voice acting is amazing. Oh, thanks, Alframe. I appreciate it. I tried my best. Excuse me, if there's someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Teen... Oh my god. There's so many layers here. I don't know, sir. Come on, man. God, babies are horrifying. Even if what I saw was the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that there were only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! These testimonies are certainly... Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you'll respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Oh, but I have a really good one about me and Kazuma. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photograph print of the scene of the crime, Consul? Oh, fuck. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the court record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no room for further doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. That's a whole ass mood. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Cross-examination. I like how the eyeball things they're showing up were at the ends of swords. That's nice.
Alright, Steven I saw wasn't farming, blah 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 blah. That's putting a gun at a foreign man.
Yes!
Hold it! Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... My nose is sniffly today. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the carbon from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Oops.
Yes!
Let's press that. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people at the dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Had a clinic? Yes, that would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report? Yeah, dude.
Yes!
Anything we can get. If I may, I'd like to ask for the medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they have a concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Shit. God, man, chat, tag yourself. I'm Auchi, apparently. Officer, currently add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. Yeah, let me take a look at that. That Merrick, thanks for the resub. A medical report card from the Hada clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. Look at this.
Nice looking steak. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Karukuta-san.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. Get the killer coming with a resub.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched Englishmen. Over and out!
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across at the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right. Precisely. In other words, you were the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that brings any real discrepancies. To light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, I tried to do this, but the game said no. I had to wait for the tutorial, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Now can I do it? Oh, yeah, there's the flippy boy. Okay. See, I'm just too smart for these games. Yep. Yep. Yep, okay. That's you. All right, I'll see what I can do. Yep. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is new. It says Holoclinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I only caught the only cold I'd ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Brr, I'll never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Oh, what is this back here? It looks like the medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. That's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. They're so expensive. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, then give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. He's not wrong. I got a fat achievement. What? Oh, look at all these notes. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? With anesthesia, he couldn't have been eating. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely! Alright, bitch. Bum, bum, bum. Hit me! What? No, I'm not trying to. No, not this. Fuck. I thought I was pressing this. I hit the wrong button. Fuck. Now I gotta go through this conversation again. Fuck. I can't skip it. Nope. Rip. God damn it. Wow, Cosmo, you're so smart and talented and handsome. With a piercing gaze. I'm holding B. Sorry, let me try it again. X. There it is. Well, I think, what are you wittering at, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. I never stumbled, though. I talk for like 8 hours a day and flawless every time. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Is there an option? Let me check. Oh, text skip. Yeah, it's just off. Anything else I want to change? Nope, I'm okay. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. I love you! I mean... Correct-san. This is the medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's,
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just to make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the...
He did it! Chad, he did it! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. That's what you're trying to say, Cadet! He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while the anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Correct, son. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that, with unwavering self-confidence, that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Again, that sword is just a visual euphemism because Kazuma's so up in this right now.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables at the restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul? Consul? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it! So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... meat! Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, The only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma!
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Consul. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Whoopsie-doodle. Oh.
What did you just say, Karakata-san?
You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Consul, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Fuck. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified.
He's pulling on his mustache.
So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they're so into silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Auchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? Right, my badge. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing.
And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, 1 second. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Is his job title? His job? He's not a waiter at all! I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Boop, boop. Did it. I'm so fucking good at video games, you guys. I just love solving murders. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my mind. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... You're only 29? Ah, dude, fuck you.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make the witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
Well, if he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence! Oops, sorry. Hold on, wrong button.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency.
That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front? Yes! It's the front of the back of the card! That's where the real telling detail is! Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it, in fact, the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... What? Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Just a flashback to like, what, 30 minutes ago? I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. And there may have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge.
However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then. Inspector Osunaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you are required to witness these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Is he at the bleeding time he has to lie? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Is this all just like they're trying to cover for the Englishwoman who is the murderer? Sorry, my nose is super runny today. Those were my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Oh. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name the Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. Oh yeah. They're trying to maintain relations. She must be important. So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. If you guys have never played the Ace Attorney games before, this is like as mild as the cases get. Like, this shit always gets super bonkers. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Do you mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of a crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first? Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector! The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezeel Brait. Jezeel Brait? Jezeel Brait? Jailbait? She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very Well, my thoughts in the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented in the course has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. By the way, those who don't know, this guy's appeared in other Ace Attorney's games, only he was named, something Payne. Winston Payne? As in winced in pain. But instead of Payne, and here his name is Ouchie. Ouchie. What was his first name again? Takasuchi Ouchie, as in Takashachi Ouchie. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Well, calm yourself, Consul. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezlibrate. And escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Debut of 100 more bits. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem?
Nothing will get in my way.
The court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brate. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Damn, the first case has a court convenient. Normally when you play these, you're like, it's like a one and done. Whoops. Gotta save slot 2, baby. I could use a snack. Chat. I need a snack. Let's hold off here for a second. I'm gonna go do that. That guy, Kenny Guy Games, like the $5 GP toss. This is a super fun trial so far. You did a wonderful job narrating. Oh, thank you. After playing Danganronpa, I've been wanting to get Ace Attorney. Would you recommend this as a first one for newbies? Oh, you know what? I have no idea. This is my first time playing it, so I don't know if this is good. I think it's probably better to play the other Ace Attorney games before this one. Original trilogy is fucking awesome. Like, Ace Attorney, I think there's like an HD version. I don't remember if they're on Switch or not, but if you can get those, they're so good. Like, the original Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations, and Justice for All, fucking fantastic. They are all are on Switch? Yeah. Get it. Like, get the original trilogy first before playing this one. Apollo Justice is okay. Wasn't as into that one. Professor Layton Cross Phoenix Wright, I actually didn't like that much because they kind of made Layton an asshole. And then the other two downloadable ones, which I believe are still just on 3DS. I know a lot of people who like really, really didn't like them. I still enjoyed them. The second 3DS one, I think, is better than the first 3DS one. Yeah, all right. Let me go grab a snack real quick, everybody, if you guys don't mind holding off here. I'll play some ads in the meantime, and I'll be right back, and we will continue this trial. Be right back. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Excuse me. Just wanted a snack. Oh, thanks for giving the mods a snack too, guys. I'm sure they appreciate it. Reminder to everyone who's just joining us. In case you didn't see, I do have my new merch store up and running. I'm gonna finish my pretzels and we'll keep going. Probably shouldn't eat these during because they're salty. Okay. Damn, all that happened like before noon? Fuck. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ah, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. But before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Excuse me. You have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Narrator. He will see nothing but a courtroom for the rest of his life. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Britt. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to her detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was too busy looking how fucking cool this gun was. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, the government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazu-sama. Defendant Naruto! Court recess is over. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit him. Kazuma? What? Thank you, really. Do that pose again, it's very attractive. I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, and he's really going up to give up his dream of studying abroad, that's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Let's do this. The court hereby resumes the trial of Yunosuke Naruto. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? I choose noise. Thanks to Risa.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering. I feel like that word's missing a consonant in there. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in the Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats!
Thank you, Consul. This court's the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Cole Wolfrun, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. You're a swan.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bringing us tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. And I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival.
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman? Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Cole Wolfrun also gifting out a sub. What? Are you fucking kidding me? She's speaking English. I don't understand.
I'm terribly sorry, my dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
She definitely speaks English, or Japanese, no problem, right? She's faking it.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was such beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court had been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Someone gets murdered, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna be late. I gotta go. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print?
Hailstrom with a resub.
Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Are we just not going to overlook the fact that he is sitting where Jezebel's seat was, and the chair is facing outward? Y'all just don't want to discuss that? He wasn't killed sitting in his seat. Farm Cat taking the top tip of the stream like the smooth criminal he is, but $15. Apparently it was very frightening. And a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Well, unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! Look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can even imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Colful for $20! Been following for years, and I'm finally in place to sub to donate. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
Tag Jake with resub. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Slight smirk. Evil! The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay, let's see. I had arranged for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Yep. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Yes. After a while, the accused came over and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future.
We must all speak English. This is the ultimate simp. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so I could not have been the culprit. Alright, let's back it up for a second. This should do it.
Yes!
Or I'm getting ahead of myself. Nope, got ahead of myself. Fuck. There's another one of those, like... I got the answer, just... I need to find the steps the game wants me to take to show said answers. I guess I need to press here
Yes!
first? Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expected to be attacked by my... I wasn't expected to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but... I love that. All I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady...
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel!
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy!
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense!
The lady is merely stating what she saw. Her frickin' eyes on the mask even change. Like I want you to show that. See, look, the table is faced away. Is that blood on the knife or steak juice? Like the chair was faced away. And he was shot on the chair facing away from her, in her own seat. I don't know what the game, where it wants me to press. To get a clue here. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you've been getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. Yeah, I thought I pressed the statements I needed to. Alright, let's try it again.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Jeremy, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? They had carbonated water back then? Let me look at that again. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. What do you think, Rianowski? It's very meaningful! Wet noodle.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing?
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right? I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Alright, let's try it again, shall we? Oops.
Yes!
Got it. Oh! I love that. Just the. Oh! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says.
Well, it's odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one glass, with only one? I clink with only one every week, whatever. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. He hadn't translated this to you yet, though. How are you speaking? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that had happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. That's still a crime. Good gracious! Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this one is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? Oh, no, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. If you can hide a glass, you can hide a gun. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No! If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Braith's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Cosma?
Uh-oh. Extra cough. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. You also have a photographic print? This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see through what's right inside. Why does he have a bull tattoo on his right arm? Again, the chair is facing away from him. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court.
Going about this the wrong case, there weren't two guns.
Were there? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Consul. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Let's take a look at that. Come on there. All right. As the photograph print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed. And there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over there on the bench before you is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Ugh. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you could chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, yes! I hereby find you...
Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you could rule on this case just yet!
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Oh, you got a cool guy glove? Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. However, now that means that there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag this gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, Counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective was not undergone the court's scrutiny. JP the Orange Lantern, they saw 100 bits. However, I fail to say how we can glean any new information on this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Well, what's going on here? Yeah, look at some things. Ah, there we go. It's not a tattoo. You see there's a bowl on the dish, right? It's not a tattoo, but an imprint, which means as he was eating, he was resting his right arm on the dish. That's not possible because he wasn't sitting there. And he must have been sitting there long enough to cause an imprint on his right arm. How's that fucking possible? You can't chuckle fuck.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Hear me. I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I
look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of the mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to this case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent at the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid without any evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is a little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates this inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Boop.
Yes!
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape.
Gah!
Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened in the date in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, or it most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Auchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. That was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, Anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Kusanaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any day before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate or for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Consul. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would without question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunatsuki, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led to a terrible trap. This whole thing was premeditated. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed it. He was still on anesthetic. Yes, the professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling into the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor and they are labeling as a bumbling scatterbrain? Huh? How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and see how your brain scatterbrain copes? No? No, not good enough? Alright, fine. I thought maybe that was it, because that'd be less ridiculous, but sure. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning in a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counselor, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you have no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon.
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be still in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Fuck. This is why I play these games, for good shit like this. You bitch. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. She speaks Japanese the whole time? Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. Nani the fuck? I am studying in your country after all.
But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
And that's kind of racist.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I could say that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with all of you on your own level. Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
He just wants to bang a white woman. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Alright, what you got?
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That's good cross-examination music. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
Everyone's just horny for her.
Oh, forgive me. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight to merely hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Oh. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer? No, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Consul, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I would be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear?
The lip wiggle.
Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. So y'all know what the murder weapon is, right? You figured it out yet? Because I think I did.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Did it?
Loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. But a shot that close couldn't have easily passed through the body.
And you did say there was a loss of blood. Could anything else possibly have had blood? Potentially. Or perhaps it wasn't blood loss that caused the death at all, but rather something that could have killed him from the inside?
If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Got it.
Yes!
I don't know if it's gonna count though. Nope. Alright. Fuck.
Yes!
Press first, sorry. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? I mean, what else would kill him that wouldn't cause him to scream?
Oh, no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh, my honor, I, Takasuchi Aochi, I will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Evidence, yep. I mean, I already tried that, and they didn't like it. So the one was like, do you want... I'm supposed to, like, show her the glass or picture of glass? Like, which do you want from me?
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
Wait.
Which means that if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh, is this my observation thingy? It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand.
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. Alright. Do you think... Yo, did what's-his-face have to drink the rest of the poison to help cover for him, and that's why he's still, like, bleeding from the mouth? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it may be significant. If I might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. Let's see if we can get out of the detective? Okay. So this is kind of new. They never had this kind of mechanic of having like multiple people to press.
Yes!
How do I press someone else then?
Wait.
How do I do that? Right there. Now. Take that! Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? The thing's very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When the people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guards down. You're right. Look at him, he's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. All this have to do with the witness marker. At that moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. I can slide over. But by moving the marker left and right with left and right on the D-pad, you can turn attention to other people in the stand. Got it. This is what I wanted. Let me do it. Yep. Can I pursue Cosmo right here?
Wait.
Uh-huh. Go over. Uh-huh.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. Gonna try to cover for her? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Oh yeah, I bet you took the shit out of the evidence. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took from the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. So then what other bottle was left there? Miss Brett, could you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. That house in Canada, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Oops. Back. The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. Show me those contents, though. So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this and keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, right? I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Oh? Very well, Consul. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Alright, so now that I have that... Oh, now I can present the bottle. Okay, got it. Here we go. He was killed by crispy water!
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize our entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful...
I was still in like fancy writing.
It is you who should be silent. Of course.
Simp.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country, we could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No!
I'm very grateful to you all, you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair.
Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Consul. Now I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before the proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Come on.
Hold it!
Oh, wait. That's right, we're waiting on this whole thing.
Please wait.
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Damn, another to be continued? This shit just keeps going. It's so intense. I want to try to finish this freaking trial, man. We will be switching to a different game afterwards, because I do have the sponsor spot of the stream that I need to get to. But I want to get to the end of this, goddammit. It's just so good. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is the sun ingress into a courtroom?
Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
Fucking Ferengi.
Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful.
Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it? A report about something? Written in English.
It's Giselle Brett's research.
The Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, did this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself.
Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curie and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before.
Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it.
This is wonderful, thank you. Jezebel's report has been added.
Goodbye then. Good luck.
Yeah, 1 second. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it in ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result, full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Jesus Christ, okay. So he didn't drink it? It was knifed into him? We have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present the court? I presume not, but...
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our last chance. Yeah, I know. Your Excellency! The defense does have new evidence! That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett,
Yes, Your Excellency?
if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask that you to retreat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Have you seen my lawyer badge?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, Consul? Dude, Judge, put two and two together. A toxin known as Kirere, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Kira, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kirere before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify Kirere. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kirere has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. You keep saying poison, but poison is ingested. I guess it could come from a bullet, I don't know. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. I am the twig with 200 bits. Thank you so much. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Kirere suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! Those aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of his so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners surely would have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that Kirere was used. Explain yourself, Counsel! The moment the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man had lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. All the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moment would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Kyrie poison. God damn. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Consul, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense! If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act.
Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual.
Whatever do you mean?
Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking news. Breaking the rules.
What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Is he gonna try to prove there's no poison in it? Where could the poison have gone?
Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry.
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers!
You bitch.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
Where could the poison have gone?
Goodness, whatever is the matter? Y'all look quite stunned.
So, no cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind! Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Oh, no, yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make any sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle.
I mean, it didn't have to be in the bottle, you dingus.
How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it.
Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
There has been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have been keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We all have all the clues now. That bottle of water. As I thought! There is no poison in that bottle! What? Why? Ryunosuke, isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I was going for the, it was in the glass route, but I guess I'll go with my original assertion, which is the poison has been drank. Alright, you got it. Alright, the defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw
Miss Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I mean, he even said he takes evidence from the scene. And I believe that complication can be explained.
how exactly.
I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Dahlia was nasty, but this chick was worse. No. Dahlia was the worst. She was quite manipulative. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? I mean, it's gotta be the other glass, right? Why else would she take it?
Yes!
Gonna go for it. It's... No. Fuck. God damn it. Alright, got one last shot. How good is the autosave in this game? Just do another save Rooney just in case. Ninja Moose, thanks for the resub. Well, if you had a tooth out and he drank it, it would go through the tooth wound. Because that's like the... What explains how the witness is able to consume it? Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. How was the witness supposedly poisoned the water unscathed? Just says in here, right? Enters through a body through the wound. Okay, yeah. That's what I got wrong. I was trying to show how he did it, but I'm trying to explain how Brett here was able to drink it.
Yes!
Just getting slightly ahead of myself. Happens all the time.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No?
After all, we don't speak English. The reporters are gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Practical applications? It's written right here under practical applications, I think.
Oh, really?
Go on. Well, think about it. You want to know how the poison can be drunk without taking effect. That's a practical application of the poison's use as a drink. Maybe.
Attention!
Wait. Shit, which part of it? Hold on, load. What part of it was in the book? I thought was under special characteristics. I probably should have just read it. Real quick, sorry. Oh, that's why. I forgot special characteristics was at this page. Practical applications was this page. I thought it was like whatever. Look, y'all know what I was going for.
Yes!
Fucking game.
Attention!
All right, I got it. All good. On most good cardroom dramas end with the defense saying, "You knew what I fucking meant." We've been hearing a lot about this Kyurei poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely, the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to the conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Kyurei enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You know Kyurei's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... That's a live goose! Rapscallion! You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really?
Me?
A lawyer?
Attention!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly...
So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Kyurei is safe to ingest. It seemed likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
That's right.
Good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected the same way! Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Kyurei poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right! Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? welling up inside me. Oh, do it, baby! Do it! You know what you gotta do! I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. God, I'm so turned on. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey!
Objection!
Yeah! Fuck! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curé? I mean, I don't want to fuck this up, so I'm going to do another save, but it's because he had a big old gaping hole in his fucking mouth.
Take that!
Yeah! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curé are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. This alone is illegal! No! Look, the whole thing is because, like, Japan's court system is so, like, undeveloped that they can just get away with shit like this. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you'd like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? This is so much more involved than the first trial of any other game. Jesus fucking Christ. That's right. And really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you would kill the victim that day, using Curé. And then, in order to frame Rinosake Naruhodo for the crime, You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. This is a little conjecture-y, but sure. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable! How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So obviously it happened beforehand. That's how we got the burn. Because he could not have gotten the burn after being turned around, then shot. It would have been the shot first, already paralyzed, burn on him, then she turned him around. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. I just really want a steak. Wait, that's not steak sauce. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I got nothing. I did it. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? You're so hot when you think like this. Come on, then. Let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. All right. I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever this could be the key to arriving at the truth about all of this. It's here somewhere that the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. The shoddy steak is the only answer.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! Who eats steak with ketchup? Heathens, that's who! As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going?
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood.
What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it into the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon!
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This
could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? What? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. Sergeant? Go back. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating? And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector, the blood man! Show the court! You swapped the plates, you piece of shit. Ayesa Nosa, Army Sergeant, Empire, Japan. You took both plates? Jesus goddamn, dude. First case, are you kidding me? This is how it starts? No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it! It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy! Nope. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Hey man, look at that. This is the emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Is this a cat? Money! The missing coin. Wait, what the fuck? Was this whole thing actually like a weird like smuggling deal or like some sort of trade that went wrong? Treasure! It's a Koban coin. And this is why the plates were swapped. Because they were trying to lift the coin off of the corrector. Are you shitting my ass, dude? I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath the thick cut of piece of steak. It's well marinated in the juices. Mmm, juices. Okay. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Yeah, I did. Okay. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yeah? I'm gonna do another Save-A-Rooney. But Jesus fuck, dude. Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue! Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth!
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak! Your Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Pratt, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Where precisely on this plate of steak is this new clue to be found? Is there a lift steak button? Yep. 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 We had this conversation. Yep. Oh.
Got it!
Oh, gracious, nuts!
Coben?
What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. Does she actually know nothing about it?
Objection!
I fail to see how this is irrelevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Consul? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let it stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiro Correcta-san.
Kiro?
As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Wow, lady. Oh, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Coben coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor, hunting for treasure. The Hoei era Coben, my prized coin.
Objection!
No, please. Why would Kurikata-san's Coben be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikata-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. So military sergeant dude was trying to lift this coin, just straight up steal it from the correct collector. There's like a whole other mystery aside from the murder. Oh, great, you're all up here? What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for a little Babel idol? When my son's belly is empty, he is fierce than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from his courtroom, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I say. The sun has set on this Rasutai shop owner's existence. As far as your Rasute memory serves, whop! It's landed in his foot! That's it! That's the very one! The very exact one, that is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day! It can't be! As I thought. Young man! Enlighten this decrepit old fool! Put me out of my misery! Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it didn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Excuse me? Could I say something? Yes, of course. I mentioned this early on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival's a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took the job of the waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Coben incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurikata-san's Coben is all too clear.
What?
What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurikata-san's Coben and hid it under the steak? Just gotta save it again, man. I just went through a lot.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you! Sergeant Ayasanosa! Oh, how dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Coburn, did I? I'm the Master Chief Thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido! Ido is the mastermind behind all this. Motherfucking baby, throw him in jail. Get him. Officers, arrest that man. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. If that baby starts talking, I'm out. Clippity-clop, 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 clippity-clop. He killed him. Don't do it. His mustache is all fucked up. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it accepts to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. And your target that day was the old man and his Coben. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double! I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So all this does is prove that the plate being presented to us was not actually the victim's. Where's the victim's plate? Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett.
Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you for any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Coben was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Pratt, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. And good day. No. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Huh? What'd she say? Picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork? Bitch, how would you know that? We got juice on the knife.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. What do I want to show here? I guess the picture of the steak. Since, you know. Look at that. I got steak juice. Oh wait, is it on the fork too? Oh yeah, I guess it kind of is, huh? This has to be right.
Take that!
The photograph print of the scene taken immediately after this incident occurred? What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural?
Oh, is it because it has fucking teeth marks into it rather than like being cut? Like, yeah. Like just Neanderthal, just... It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed exactly what, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Oh.
Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry.
Oh, she's starting to crack.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave.
I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic!
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in the steak that all allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the stick are a little unnatural, as you put it, Consul. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request to the defense in this trial, since you keep speaking in vagaries. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I'm pretty sure I know who I'm supposed to stay here, but again, don't want to repeat all that, so I'm just going to hit another save Rooney. And bam!
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stick with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa had told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kurekata-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Jin-shun! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier for the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, this steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates.
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he had decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Go away, baby. With military precision and timing, I switched my stick with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
However, fear not, Prosecutor-san.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir.
all you did. That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, the sergeant knows us switched the plates over. It means that he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga! Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Wouldn't the bloodshot wound be on the opposite side of the plate, though? And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Does not prolong this any further. Inspector, you'll show the evidence to the court. Sorry for keeping you. Here was the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Unless she just shot him and then just like took her plate and just went... Shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, not with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Outdone? By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Is this the, where she finally snaps? Yeah! Well, there's duckling in there! Oh my god. Oh, not even a black one! Now they're just everywhere. Chocobos in the chat. These games are amazing, by the way. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Kyurei.
As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning.
So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan.
Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and then leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan at the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt?
So I was right. There were two guns.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up,
that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead.
naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared.
Obviously, I had assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoined the kitchen and locked him inside.
That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun.
So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor. Bitch.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
No, you're going to jail. She's gonna try to pull some strings like, I'm very important, you can't send me to jail. I hate her. Is she like secretly like related to Dahlia or some shit? Because it's too similar. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement?
This can't be. Takatsuchi Ochi does not lose. Not to like to this rookie student.
You'd better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ugh. Yes? This insult to the Ochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Consul, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Now your baldness is showing. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Old Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. After this trial, you are to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? You, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hit me with the verdict, baby. I did it. I did it, chat. This court is now adjourned! Alright, finally. That took forever. Again, that's normally like a case 3 trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No. It was a pleasure to watch you work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Good job. Thanks, Alcahest. And Speedwagon with Twitch Prime resub. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If we had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Speaking of Mikotoba... Oh, there you are! Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I'll swear on this the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his sword. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything in my way. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brennan. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh. Inspector Hosonaga. There was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today, very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... What's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? Professor? I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Oh no, he's in too deep. So there's a lot of things that there still wasn't a clear motive established. Yeah, I'll never find out why she did it. Something tells me we'll find out in the future. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Nah. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in... Well, like when you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe, and even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a kind of special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. You're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Hold on. He was about to say something really important to me. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Damn it. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Tsusato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still, didn't he? Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. God damn! That achievement. How many trials are in the first one? 4 or 5? I assume 4? Is it 5? God, this is the speed we're starting off on? That was intense. Holy shit. Alright, everybody, we gotta switch games. Because now we're heading over to the sponsor spot of the stream. Update all the info here. We get ready to play. All right, let's go. We switch over to Fatal Core. Oops. Here, oh. Whoops. All right. So those of you who don't know, this is a completely free-to-play trading card game that anyone can get into at fatalcoretcg.com. You literally cannot spend any money on it. It's completely free. And since we're in the mood for some trading card games, Forever Chibi says, let's open up a booster pack. You got it. Chat, if you don't know, you can hang out here in the chat and earn gold pieces. And as you do, you can redeem those gold pieces for rewards, such as opening up a booster pack of your choosing. And Forever Chibi has said, let's open up some Forgotten Realms. So let's do a quick open up of a Forgotten Realms booster. Let's look for some mythics. We're looking for foils, we're looking for mythics. Let's go. All right, let's count out the commons here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, 10 commons. 10 commons means there's no foil, but that's okay. Zance, thanks for the resub. Here we go now. All right, so you got yourself. Choose your weapon. Ooh, Battlecry Goblin. Very good. Demogorgon's Clutches. Not so much. And your rare card is... Ooh, Teleportation Circle. I've only got the draft this once, but this card is awesome. It's 3 and a white for an enchantment that at your end step, you can choose one of your creatures or artifacts, exile it, and then bring it right on back, allowing their enter the battlefield effect to happen again. Super good with like card draw cards or gain life cards or anything like that. Anything that's strong into the battlefield effect, you just keep blinking it. Teleportation Circle is the rare that you open up. An excellent one. Thank you so much, Forever Chibi. And with that out of the way, we gotta get back to Fatal Core. So those of you who have not seen this before, again, it's impossible to spend money on it. We'll do a quick match here. Let's face Prisoner. Let's use... I guess I'll try my summon deck, even though it hasn't worked out great. So, it is a card game. Once you defeat your opponent, and you're right at the start, one of the first things you can do is you see your opening hand. But more importantly with the opening hand is that you can... Your hand is exposed to your opponent. However, you can choose 2 cards at the start to keep hidden. And there's a bunch of different heroes to choose from. And rather than the heroes having a bunch of different powers, they have different boards that affects the stats of your monsters. So for example, this Zankuja High Priest has an attack power of 3 and 3 hit points. But I can give it +2 power, -1 hit point, or -1 power, +2 hit points, etc., etc. And I like his ability, so I'm going to place him right there. And you play your cards at the exact same time. And he has an ability where each turn, any creature on my opponent's side of the board that has 2 or less hit points, he eats and erases. Savandris thinks the resub. So how do they make money then? It is fully funded on Patreon only. So it's just people who want to support. Any chance of unboxing the new Magic set? I already did my unboxings. Any word on mobile versions? Well, right now I know this plays on just any web browser, Gareth. So I don't know how it plays on phone. But that said, I know there is a Steam client version coming later. I'm actually going to use Scattershot to cast this spell and do a bunch of damage to their creatures. Oh, they also cast this spell. Merciless Lashing. Oh, did it attack my creatures? Oh, that's right. They had Mana Magnet, though, which absorbed my spell. I forgot. So now that my creature died, I left behind a corpse, which means I can't place any other creature here until I find some way to erase that corpse. Let's see, what can I do? Let's summon the Kuronagi Ambusher. Ah, frickin' Mana Magnet ladies. Anytime I cast a spell, they just absorb it, and I can't do any damage. So then at the end of each turn, you take your creatures on your board total power, and they deal that much damage to your opponent. I guess I can summon Rugar here. He's pretty beefy. I got a lot of spells in hand, so I can deal some damage to the opponent. And this Coffin summons a test subject every turn and loses 3 hit points. So if I were to cast another spell, because it has the Mana Magnet ability, this would just absorb it. So I'm just going to play another creature. Just make him into a 2/5. Oh, what did they cast? Undermine. Target a column, change it all to -0, -2. Oh, so this guy just got -0, -2 because they changed the board. I took 5, they took 3. I'm only had a little bit. Oh, and they just murdered the shit on my guy. God damn. These things are so strong. An eruption. Erase target-friendly creature to summon 2 cinders. So one of the things I can play around is like I can see in my opponent's hand, they have an incendiary stream which deals 8 damage to every single one of my creatures in a row. They also got tremor deals a lot of damage, so like I gotta try to somehow play around these. Which all I can really do is throw out these mana magnets. See if I can absorb some of their spells. Yep, we'll absorb that stream. Deal 3 damage to the opponent with the ability. That'll finally destroy itself. Okay. That'll die, yep. So on the good news is because there's now a corpse here, I know my opponent cannot place another mana magnet creature in the slot, which means I can play a spell. Which it looks like the haunt spell would do that, because I'll erase one of my corpses and then damage everything else that my opponent has. What did they cast? Scattershot? Well, I've got nothing on board, so I don't need to worry about that. So I'm gonna kill your shit. I'm still taking damage, though. I didn't get any of my, like, super good attack spells here. So I can play Kiranagi Ambush, deal 2 damage to a random opposing creature. Hopefully it's her. Nope. Hit the Soulless guy. Fuck. I just took 11 damage. She'll deal him 2, which should kill her, though. There we go. Incendiary Stream. I need this guy to die. He's dealing me 8 damage every turn. And if my opponent summons something here, I might be able to scorch it. Nope, where'd they cast? Shadow Strings. Erase all corpses on your board. Oh, shit. Well, that's not good. I'm taking 12 damage still. Huh. Well, I pretty much have to do a big summon here. Dream Sequence Alpha. Oh no, they have Mana Magnet out. No, it's Soulless, right? The Soulless stops it? Or is this... Or does this slot prevent that? Oh, it's Soulless. Okay, good. Triple summon! I'm taking 15, dealing 9. I am not doing great. I need like another big creature to attack with. I just don't have any. Or any kind of attack spell. I can summon this guy. It'll give one of my summoned dudes +2/+2 every turn. Like I'll slowly grow, but that does not seem strong enough. I'm still taking 19 damage. Frick. Attack spell? Nope. I don't think my deck did not cooperate. Yeah, I'm just kind of dead here. I needed my, I need my incendiary streams pretty bad. How do you get new cards? So, as you play, you get a bunch of in-game currency. Like, you'll see after this fight, because I just got my ass kicked. I'll still earn a little bit. So, one is just by playing. Like, right here, you see I got... wow, I got 50 still? That's great. Like, that alone I can exchange for different booster packs. But even better is that for every single day you have your account, you will get in-game currency. Not logging in every day or doing dailies or playing so many quests or whatever. Just having the account gets you in-game currency every single day. Now I'm playing on the web version, but there is a Steam client coming in just a few weeks. And once the Steam client version comes out, all of your data from this will transfer over. So even if you don't want to play it into the Steam client, if you sign up now at fatalcoretcg.com and make your account, you'll start generating a bunch of currency to have for when the Steam client comes out. So I'll put that link in the description in case you wanted to sign up. Alright, I want to do another attempt with my weird summon deck. I just made this deck, by the way. It's not perfect, but I'm trying. I like these. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 spells in my hand. So Rude Guard would do a bunch of extra damage. What do? Deal 2 damage to random opposing creature with power 2 or less. Wow, he's got 2 power. Damn it. I'm gonna speed up the animation here. Set the power of a friendly creature with 1 or less to 3. Don't have any of those. Guess I'll just summon a knight. Not super exciting, but... Oh, Mana Magnet. This is going to absorb my spell. Fuck. They do have a pretty active Discord as well. So if you're looking for like tips or other people to play against or even getting free foil cards, they have a Discord you can join. Disrupted Sage. I actually do like him quite a bit. I feel like you staying alive is more important than anything else. Each turn, erase a random corpse and gain +1/+1. Okay. These two are getting out of control. I think I need to nuke them with an incendiary stream and deal that whole roll 8 damage. Oh, and you just played a guy? Eat shit. They're all dead. Blap. That rules. Now, I am facing Hush, though. And this particular character actually wants corpses on the board because it makes him stronger. So I do have to worry about that. I like I don't have any of my summons. Shadow Strings erases all the corpses. Yep, there it is. And they get a bunch of wraiths. Now hopefully Kurenagi Ambush can start taking some of them out. They have an Expert Spell Thief. They have 2 Haunts. The Spell Thief looks the most concerning. I actually go Sword Summoner, which will pump the Disruptive Sage. Random friendly creature. So that can include herself. Let's do that. Yeah, I figured the Spell Thief was going to come down, so if I tried to play any spell, she would just absorb it. Alright. I'm dealing 5, taking 11. Ugh, that's not great. Gotta stop this Spell Thief. Guess just let her absorb this one. Just to get it out of here. Power you up, give you +3/+0. Hell yeah. Deal damage to each other. Damage all around. Kill my dude. But with no Spell Thief down, what I'm hoping is a Scatter Shot. It's just going to do 1 damage 6 times randomly across the opponent's board. And so I'm just going to go pew 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 and help take a bunch of them out. Come on. Pew, 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 pew. Oh yeah, I took out 3 of them. Perfect. Oh, and then the Hunter takes out that one. Yeah, I just wiped your board. That rules. Divine Favor. Randomly give 2 of my creatures +5/+0. Hopefully the Hunter, because that'd be awesome. Come on. Oh no, it went to her. She's now a 13/4. And she's dead. Damn it. I'll cast Haunt, race a random corpse to deal more damage to the board. Fuck. The field changes ruined me. This is close. Well, at least with all the... Oh, they got Shadow Strings, though. They have 5 corpses. They're definitely going to play Shadow Strings, right? So if you play a creature, the creature gets summoned before the opponent's spells go off. So I can put down my Mana Magnet and just absorb your Shadow Strings and just prevent you from losing your corpses. I'll skin for another 2. The Soul Sculptor will keep him alive. I think I'm just gonna go another Mana Magnet. Yep. Absorb Ritual Thorns. There we go. Prevent some more damage. Deal another 2. Oh, that was last turn. I won by 5. Hell yeah. That was a close one. So, with that money, when you buy your packs, you can buy cheap packs for only 5, which gives you a lot of... The rarities goes from C, B, A, and S. The cheap packs gives you... Chances are a lot of C's, B's, and maybe a small chance for an A. Or for 100, you'll get B, A's, and S's. And I need more S cards. So I'm going to open up some of these packs. Any S's? Ooh, Mass Transformation. Transform all summoned creatures you control into exact copies of target creature. Neat. What is Sage Imprint? I actually might throw this into my summon deck. More. Any S's? Nope. S's? Oh, I got another banished one. That's a good neutral card. And you can see on the bottom of the card, like, which characters are allowed to use that card. Because it isn't all of them all the time. Another Incendiary Stream. Another Dream Sequence Beta. I didn't like this one as much as Dream Sequence Alpha. I like the Disaffected Witch. Each turn get +1/+1. At the end of turn get +1/+1? That's a crazy strong card. So every turn you just get slowly bigger? This Modern Oracle. Render the lowest power creature in your opponent's control's Solace each turn. It also makes the field into a +2/+2. It's kind of neat. Famine. Ooh, Zev, Loomstring's Guardian. I have not seen her before. Initialize, -3/-3. Each turn, summon a soulless copy of a random summoned creature you control. Okay, so she slowly fills out the board. Let's see if I can't work her into the deck. Another thing is you can do, you actually go in the market and buy specific cards from players directly. I have no idea how they've determined the market. But that's another option you can do. Okay, so what's in my S ranks? Yeah, I have better options I can do. I wanted to try... Oh no, it's in a different deck. This is Jetto. Ooh, never mind. Not sure what else I want to throw in there. So, this was the new S card I got? Really into a Maldiva deck? That's interesting. So, she has initialized -3/-3, which means as soon as she comes out to the board, she gets -3/-3. So, she comes out as a 1/5. But can make a soulless copy of a random summoned creature you control. Which includes herself, so she could randomly make a copy of herself as a 4/8. Which you don't hate. Swap out the escaped test subject with that Zenkuja High Priest. Do I have anything better I can put in here? Because some of these cards just have not been great. I like the Disaffected Witches, because anytime you cast a spell, you give the entire opposing board -1/-1. How many spells do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spells seems low for that effect. Surely I got better spells I can use with that, right? Let's try that. Well, I'll try that deck out, because the new cards seem fun. Okay. Big fan of the Witch. Just don't have great follow-up spells, so I'll hide the Incendiary Stream because I don't want my opponent to know that I can nuke their board. I'll hide Haunt as well. I guess I'll start off with Harvestman, because he can deal damage against my opponent's opposing creatures. Oh, like the Spell Thief lady? Yeah, just... Oh, you deal 3 damage? I only deal 1! Well, rip. Well, I can cast a spell to get rid of her, which I might just because she's gonna kill him otherwise, and I'll have a way of protecting him otherwise. Sure. Gotta force the absorb. Would you cast Scatter Shot? Nah, we're just throwing spells back and forth. We're gonna deal no damage into this. Pew 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 pew! Okay, let's start off this Disaffected Witch. Since she'll start making copies of herself. Another one? Are you kidding me? These Spell Thieves are so good. Alright. Same plan. Just gonna do this to get rid of you. What do you do? Deal 2 damage to random opposing creature and 3... Oh my god. Just gonna blow up my board. This seems super strong. She just deals a bunch of damage to all my creatures. I gotta get rid of her. It's gonna blast off my Incendiary Stream already. I don't like that, but I don't have much of a choice. Alright, let's see if I can start setting up my witches to do some work. Oh, fuck, never mind. This Zenkuja High Priest is immediately gonna kill it. Fuck! Raise power 2 or less, or that's all hit points. Scatter Shot. Just gonna throw damage all around. You have spell scars, so you take extra damage from spells. So if it hits you at all, you'll die. Pew, 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 pew. We brought you down to 1. Expert Spell Thief. Do some damage. God. Okay, like this entire deck is just attacking my creatures. So it's already turn 8 and I've barely done anything. Kirinagi Ambush. Perfect. Kill them. Please. Dharma friend, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub up to 2 years. Hit the High Priest. Not that one. God. Fuck. I can't keep any of my shit alive. I'm so annoyed. Nuclear board? Pew pew pew? That'll take 0. Deal 1 damage to random opposing creature, repeat twice, so 3 damage randomly. Just go with the banished one. He's gonna take the hits at least, and he'll get stronger. I'm just taking so much more damage. This is the last turn. Like, there's no way for me to win. They just, like, wiped my board too much. Fucking hell, man. Every single thing they played was just attacking my creatures, and like nothing I had with high enough hit points to even survive. Yeah, I lost by 11. Fuck, dude. Oops. Let me try again. I don't feel like I got to properly go off. Alright, I only see spells in that guy. So I'll start getting some witches out. What do you do? Field change +3 plus Zoe? Just one deal. Dude is gonna deal 4 damage to me every turn. But if I cast 1 spell right now. And there's this fucking guy again! Well, if I cast Scatter Shot, both Disaffected Witch's abilities go off, giving everything -1/-1. Plus, Scatter Shot can do a bunch of random damage on top of that. Unless you kill one of my things with +7 -5. Yeah, I hit one of my targets with that. I still got my ability off, though. There. Took out some of your shit, at least. Crimson Foxwing, 36 months, 3 years. Thank you. Uh-oh, Spell Thieves. Oh my god, he just killed it. Gotta be shitting my ass. No, summoning Kuranagi Ambush would just get absorbed. Let's go Haunt. If you're gonna absorb something, this fucking High Priest pisses me off so much. Well, I can use my High Priest to eat your High Priest, right? Reject, erase all corpses on your board and summon 2 Defiant Wisps. Alright, well, 8 your priests. So all you got are these big wisps. They all have, this one has Mana Magnet, this one's Resolve 2. So again, any other spell I cast, you're going to absorb. And this one gets +2 life every turn. Alright, well. And then you can erase a card on my board. God fucking damn, dude. This deck is ridiculous. I don't know how to stop it. And you have another Zankuja High Priest. All the cards in my hand are not great. I know you're gonna play this stupid fucking priest. Oh, you went the Harvest Man. Well, there's 1 Incendiary Stream to deal damage. What are you? Oh, this is the lady that deals damage to all my shit every turn again. I can't get anything on board to survive long enough to even, like, fucking do anything. I know you're gonna play the High Priest. All my shit's just, like, too weak to do anything. Yeah, it's 10 hit points. I can only deal 1 damage a turn? That's not good enough. This is the last turn. Yeah, I'm fucked. I can deal 15 damage directly, but it's pretty much over. They just deal more damage to me because all my shit goes away and theirs doesn't. Fuck, dude. Just too good. Like, I feel like the concept of my deck I like a lot, but I just don't feel like I'm getting the cards to really make it work. More S ranks, goddammit. Like, I've seen so many ones Timeless Star. S rank cards from my dudes. What is Jury? Gain 1 life for each Defiant Spirit and 2 life for each Defiant Wisp on your board. Well, that's kind of neat. It's a 5/5. Lukov, Holy Hermit for Joanne. Don't really have a Joanne deck. Behemoth, Void's Curse. That's a neutral one. Just a 7/10 that you can't play until turn 8. These are dumb. These are dumb. These are dumb. Fuck, come on. Please. Come on. Reanimated Seraph. Both players can play creatures on top of corpses. No. Tranquil Scion. Add a copy of one of your opponent's hidden cards to your hand. That's kind of neat. Judgment. Give all creatures +3/+0. And if you succeed, erase all creatures on both boards with power 7 or above. Fascinating. Rainbow Falls 3-sub. Right now I've got decks for Jeddo and Meldelva. I have not made a Joanne deck, but she is a Swarm deck. What I'm gonna do is Joanne. So she's got Jury, which gains life for a bunch of summon creatures, and Luchov, who gets +1/+0 each turn, and gets +0/+0 for each creature with Rage or Resolve you control. Ooh. I like him more. We also got that Judgment spell. Sure, let's do that too. So I want Resolve creatures or Rage creatures. Wisps are also good. Anything here that makes Wisps? Call. Summon a Gate and a Gate Scion. Don't fully know what that does. Star Sense Sage. So this definitely seems like a deck that wants Wisps showing up. Where's my Wisps creating cards? Summon a Gate. Summons a 0/10. Does it do anything? No, it's just a 0/10. Here's a 4/5. At the end of turn, she gets exiled, and then get 2 Defiant Wisps randomly. That's okay. Gotta be better ways of that, though, right? Spellscar Disciple would do it. This summon Defiant Spirits. It's in B rank. You erase each Defiant Wisp on your board and summon a Resolute Spirit instead. You have +1/+0 for each Wisp that was erased. I'm working on figuring out where my Wisps are even coming on first. Erase target creature on your opponent's board. I like that. Just spot removal. Oops. Summon the Fractal Pawn? No. Do I just not have any like good Wisp summoning cards? I can't find them. Where's all my wispy boys? I guess Fading Spirit kind of does that. There's got to be better options than that, though, right? I feel like I'm missing a lot of pieces for this. I have a download bar. Oh yeah, I accidentally saved a replay my last match. Just gonna try consolidate. Try to get some wacky spells set up. I don't know. I don't know. Well, I threw together some shit, aptly named. Guess we'll just kind of see how that goes. I don't feel super confident in it. Okay. So I start off with Fading Spirit. And at the end of turn, I'll get 2 Wisps. Deal some damage, and Wisps! They are both 0/3s. Okay. I could put down the Sun Kite, which destroys a random mana magnet. Okay. Get out the Scarred Disciple out. Because I'll start powering up or summoning more Wisps or Spirits. Oh, nope. You made it soulless. Never mind. That's fine. I can now cast Inspire. Which I have a bunch of creatures, so I'll do +2/+3 on my creatures 3 times. As long as you don't have a mana magnet. Should be a lot of power here. Boop, boop, boop. +4/+6. There we go. That's a 4/9 spirit. You summon a Portal Keeper. Alright, and now with Jury out, this will make me gain life every turn. So I think between that kind of sustain. Oh, and I just drew Incendiary Stream, which is awesome. So I can actually nuke away a bunch of your dudes. Oh, Tremor. Deal 3 damage to each creature and 1 to every other creature. Ow. My stuff lived. Okay, so this is give all creatures +3/+0 and erase all creatures on both sides with power 7 or above. So if I were to cast this, I would lose Jury and 1 Defiant Wisp. It would erase both of these guys, though. I don't know if that's what I want. Well, let's see what happens. Judgment! Whoop! And then erase them all. Drink! There. Your board's empty and I still got dudes? Yeah, that seemed like a good choice. Now I've got this hungry figment. It's a kitty. Oh, you absorb all of their corpses and become bigger. I'm dealing so much more damage to you. I want to see what Gate does, so I'm just going to play that. Paradox Bomb. You reach target creature on your opponent's board. Damn it. Damn, this really is just a 0/10, huh? +4 -1. Guess we'll just get this dude out. Keep absorbing my dudes. Get the Spell Thief to maybe absorb? Not quite? No? Yeah, I tried. Oh, you were super dead. I didn't realize you're at -9 now. That one kind of worked out. I feel like I got super lucky in it, though. Respect not better? Yeah, I did. Again, guys, if you want to check out this game out, this is a sponsored part of the stream because Fatal Core has sponsoring this to check out this game. And again, for a completely free-to-play card game, they have so many good ideas. And one of the big plans they're doing is a draft mode. Like, there was going to be like a limited style draft with other players. And they got big plans for it. It's another reason to check it out. Alright, let's try this deck again against someone else. Well, not great options. Guess I can start off with this Hungry Figment. What do? You have a random test subject or alchemist common reserve result +2, and you have Mana Magnet. That's alright, I'm gonna get my spell scarred disciple out and start making some wisps. That's fine. Hurts, but we're okay. Whoa, you make big Defiant Spirits. Oh, that's super worth. Get Spell Thieves down. Ow. So this Summoning Spirits makes me take 2 damage, but I keep a creating dude, which is awesome. Well, I can't cast anything while she's around. I wish I had my Phoenix. So I'm just gonna play out this card just to make it get absorbed. Yeah, just get absorbed by her. Boom, full board. But now I can use a spell to like power up all my dudes, right? For the most part. Erase Defiant Wisp on your board. Summon a Resolute Spirit in its place. I can also cast Judgment. If I cast Judgment, all of my creatures would survive. And that's pretty big. It would take out the Battlegast at the very least. Field change kills that. That's fine. These guys all got bigger. That's a lot of damage every turn. I hit for 20? Yeah, that rules. Now I can cast Incendiary Stream. Do I have any other options? I just worry about them getting like 1 Mana Magnet down. Nope, they went for their own spell. They also cast Incendiary Stream. All right, well, there could be only one. Downside is my field's not filled with corpses, and I don't have a means of getting rid of that. Yes, I do. I have Haunt. Oh, nope, they absorb it. Fuck. That's fine. I'm still getting damage in when they're not. It's in their 9 on turn 8. Take this. Pew pew. I take 7, they take 9. Still doing okay. Give all creatures in target row on your board -3, -1. Give all other creatures on your board +3, -1. Actually, I like giving them -1, +3, because that'll keep them alive longer. Or we can just get Mana Magneted. That's fine. As long as I keep taking out your creatures, I'm dealing more damage to you than you are to me. You're down to 3 now. Deal 2 damage to a random opposing creature and summon a test space. Well, I healed this one up, so now it's a 7/7. There we go. Did I get lucky with this deck again? Because that played out super cleanly. I actually like that a lot. Let's try versus Kahar. I always found Kahar one of like the hardest people to fight against. Hide Incendiary Stream, Hide Judgment. Alright, let's have my boy start sending me some wisps. She's got Rage, which means she's got... gets +1, -1 every turn. Each turn gain life for each wisp. And he's already summoned me wisp, but I might as well have her out, gain some life off of her. I like that. For each Defiant Spirit. Which I have 2, so I'm getting 2 life. Or no, 1 life. This offsets the damage I'm taking from the Scarred Disciple. I like that. Don't like this dude doing damage. You just have Rage, not Hunt. Each turn, give +1/+1 up to 3 friendly creatures. Well, she's can be a problem. Alright, yeah, Mana Magnet coming down is no surprise there. Absorb you, gain some life. She's making all friendly creatures bigger, but hopefully with me summoning more creatures, I'm hopefully a bigger threat. Alright, I don't have any creatures with Resolve right now, so he's just a big dude. We'll cast Inspire. Because I have so many creatures, I'm going to just give a bunch of dudes a bunch of life and a bunch of toughness here. Right here. We're just being spread. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Oh, beautiful. That's a lot of power coming back. Okay. So now as is, I can't play any other creature on my board, but I am so far ahead and dealing so much more damage. Concept Defensive Formation. Give all my creatures -1/+3, but give all my other creatures +3/-1. Let's go. You guys -1/+3, and you +3/+1. Oh, Incendiary Stream. Shit. Oh, my bigger ones lived. That's all that matters. I still got giant dudes down here. I just dealt 22, but took 20. Alright, I think it's time to start blasting away some shit. You're dealing 10 every turn. These guys are both doing 5. I don't like you're hunting my creature, so I'm gonna blast you now. Oh, Incendiary Stream versus Incendiary Stream! Oh no! That just wiped my board. And all I have left are these small wieners. I dealt 3 and took 12. I got this. Here's the play, though. Because they're so small, I can go Judgment. These two will get erased, and my dudes will stay alive. Oh, unless they cast a Haunt. Oh, no. It's alive with 1 hit point. Ha! Take 5! I can't cast anything else. I got too many corpses. All I can do is cast Haunt. I should be dealing more damage than they can deal, though. Pew! Pew! Deal 5, take 3, I win? Dude, this is usually like the hardest people to fight, and I feel like my deck just crushed it. That's amazing. Let's go again. Now I'll try Hush. Hush is also kind of tough. This deck's fun. Hide that one. Ugh. I don't have great options here. Well, the gate's soulless. It doesn't really matter where I put it. So I guess there, whatever. So that's just a 0-10. But I know it can be a target for the Harvestman. I know it can set that up to be bigger later, which is what I'm slowly going to set myself up to do. Yeah, let's get Luch off the Holy Hermit out with as much hit points as possible. Have I played against any human opponents? Oh yeah, I have. A lot of them are tough. Oh, Sunkite. Perfect. I'm start absorbing your stupid mana magnets. Oh, you have so many of them too. Do it, birdie. Start consuming. I'm still taking more damage than I am dealing right now, though. I need to get a spell down before anything else. So let's get the Hungry Figment out. 0-6. They went Shadow Strings, but my Sunkite should absorb that other mana magnet. Good. And now I'm free to cast spells. All creatures power 3 or above. I would lose Luchaf, destroy Harvestman, but these two would be alive. I think I just go Inspire. So I have so many dudes. I can just pump a bunch of them. Oh, now my Sunkite's a 4/13. It has Resolve, which means he's slowly healing every turn too. There we go. I got the combo going. All my stuff's too big for you to deal with. Just throw a Scatter Shot down, deal some damage to the opponent's shit. I don't give a fuck. Pew pew. You can take the hits. So I'm dealing 14, taking 17. I'm actually still losing this race. All right, let's get rid of your damage. Just gonna erase the Harvestman. No more, please. So with that, I should be dealing way more damage. I'm still taking 11? Fucking hell. Fuck. Kinda needed an Incendiary Blast and I just didn't get it. I think I'm just dead here. Maybe this Spell Thief can take care of something? No. Fuck. I have a 420. Weed! My board was stable, but I just wasn't getting damage in. Damn. Try again. I like this deck, though. This is kind of neat. I don't like this hand, small again. Yes, yes. Alright. We'll start right away with summoning some shit. Oh, you're gonna deal me damage every turn. I hate you. Unless it casts a spell. Guess I get my own one out. Oh, I killed yours. Perfect. And then you killed mine. Well, it's fine. Okay. These are Defiant Spirits. And what is this? You get a race and make 2 random wisps. That sounds good. So I should be able to put a bunch of stuff on my board. And then summon some big shit. Cool. So now if I go Judgment, all my stuff will survive. It'll kill the Enthralled Phantom. And then all my stuff will be very big. Random corpse can deal 2 damage to all my dudes. That's gonna kill a lot of them. Still. Oh, and you're dealing damage to my stuff too? We're alive. I dealt 12, took 4. Better. Do I have anything that can heal my guys? I don't. But I can use Consolidate to get rid of this 3-1 who's about to die anyway. And then summon a bigger Resolute Spirit. Ritual Thorns. Ah, fuck. Yep, they'll die. Alright, so this dude's got Resolve 1, so he gets 1 life for each turn. This is the only creature on your board, get +2/+0. Okay. That's not great. I kind of need to get rid of some of these corpses on my board. God fucking damn it. Alright, it's not great. What do? Deal 2 damage to random opposing creature for
Sweet.
each corpse? Ooh, you got 2 corpses. That hurts. Hi, thanks for the Twitch Prime resub. Go away. Oh, soul strings? Uh-oh. That's not so bad. Might be able to use Scatter Shot to kill all this stuff. Nope. Mana Magnet. Of course, that was the hidden one. Taking 6, dealing 5. I'm ahead on life total. And he is getting bigger. Kinda wish I had Incendiary Spirit. Oh, fucking, I hate Phantom Lydia. Kill a thing, maybe? No, not to her. God damn it. Random bullshit. Now I got this worthless Kiranagi bandit who's not doing anything. I'm taking 10, dealing 6. Oh, thank God. Incendiary Stream. What do I need dead more? I feel like the Soulless dudes would take out 2. But she would leave a corpse behind, so... good call by me! You burnt! Take 6, deal 7. Up to the final turn. I can't cast anything. I don't know if this is gonna work. Shadow Strings, that's a lot of wraiths. Oh, it did work! Give all my creatures here +3/-1. Now they're all big. Take damage. Deal damage. I got him. Dude, this deck's working out great. I can't tell if I'm just getting super lucky or not. Just the way I can, like, summon stuff and, like, keep them self-sustaining. The Judgment Cell is actually really cool, because I actually like the idea of summoning a bunch of big things so that they stick around after casting Judgment, and all my opponent's bigger stuff gets wiped. That's neat. Once again, everyone, that's Fatal Core TCG. It is completely free to play, worth checking out. Even if you're just making an account to start generating currency every single day for when the Steam client comes out in a few weeks, and then we can do some drafts and stuff together. But there you go. That's going to do it for the sponsored segment of the stream, and I am hungry. So I'm going to wrap up here. Next stream is tomorrow, which will be Magic Monday. We'll get back to playing some Magic the Gathering. So be sure to come on by for that. Check out the new merch store if you haven't already. And yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me and watching some Phoenix Wright. Or not Phoenix Wright. Ace Attorney, if you were around for that earlier. Much appreciated. Oops. Ooh, almost spilled my water. And yeah, my throat hurts from doing all that voice acting though, so I'm gonna go keep it chill. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. And have yourselves a good rest of your night. Bye-bye.